All right, welcome back. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, and we're live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk watches. I'm going to start with some new releases, and we will go from there. We have a few new releases that I haven't covered, some interesting pieces, some very accessible pieces, and some, as always, outrageously priced ones, but we should be fine in either case. Let's start with something very special. For once, a meaningful limited edition, which is for the Japanese domestic market, but should be of interest at least to baseball fans here. Apparently, Seiko has just announced the release of a signature model for Shohei Ohtani, who is a pretty exceptional baseball player, I'm given to understand, not knowing anything whatsoever about the game. Um, but I believe what distinguishes him is that he both pitches and hits. He's both a pitcher and a slugger, and has I think, by far the highest number of home runs this year in the league. Um, and somehow the release is also coinciding, apparently, with the All Star event that is coming up in Seattle. Um, this is a serious dive watch by Seiko. It's actually pretty similar to a lot of the SPB 14 series they have, which is a series that is influenced heavily by the classic 62 mass Seiko diver with that tonneau case. This particular piece has a rather monochromatic look, except for important differences, of course. The hands, as well as the metallic surrounds of the loom markers, are blackened. Of course, the fully graduated 60 minutes dive timing bezel, rotational, that is black too, and looks quite, yeah, a lot like aluminum to me, which I actually prefer, especially on Seiko. You have a date window at 6, and on the silver sunburst style, you have some red writing, divers 200 meters, with a red seconds hand as well, sweep center seconds. Also, the gentleman's signature on the clasp, which is quite fitting and I believe is a very nice touch. Apparently, these will go on sale on July 11. Um, and the pricing, I don't remember the Japanese yen amount, but probably amounts to 1700, it was saying. No, 1200, in fact. So limited to 1700 pieces, and the price tag is actually 1200 in US dollars, which is 187,000 in Japanese yen, including tax. Of course, these are powered by the 6R35, which is actually a pretty decent movement with 70 hours of power reserve. The reference number for the Seiko Prospex diver is SBDC191. There is a presentation case that marks the occasion. Once again, the piece has the signature of Shohei Ohtani on the clasp and a pretty solid look, which could be appreciated by any number of Seiko diver fans or fans of Japanese made dive watches, much like my friend this, my friend this. This is a rather uncontroversial release, so I have to switch gears a little bit and talk about the new Louis Vuitton piece, which was announced to much fanfare yesterday in Paris. And it marks not only the entry of Louis Vuitton into the integrated bracelet stainless steel sports watch segment, but an entire rehaul of their horological line, of their horological offerings that gets rid completely of all quartz powered models and sets this particular watch, which is for now offered as a time only piece, as its base model. And it is a pretty expensive one, but we're going to get to that. Let's start with what we cherish on this channel. Let's start from inside out. What you see there is a very handsomely decorated micro rotor movement with frosted bridges and a 22K micro rotor, 22K gold micro rotor with the distinctive decoration of the brand. Of course, already here, we might think of comparisons to Bulgari's Octofinissimo, which also runs on a delightful ultra-thin micro-rotor movement. We can think of the new Chopard LUC Alpine Eagle XPS, which finally brought into that segment, into that model line, all of the horological accoutrement we appreciate so much from Chopard's LUC branch, so to speak. A micro rotor movement, a high performance micro rotor movement at that, with a 60 plus hour power reserve, and of course, a movement in Chopard's case that is finished, assembled, and regulated according to the standards that are expected from a watch and from a movement that carries the hallmark of Geneva. In this case, we have a movement that was conceived, or rather designed, in La Fabrique du Temps, the high horology arm of Louis Vuitton's watch division, with master watchmakers Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazzini at the helm. The very workshop that has resurrected this year both the Daniel Roth brand with a subscription tourbillon wristwatch, and with a jump hour retrograde minutes minute repeater for Jarajanta that is for now a unique example to be offered up for auction at Only Watch in November. I think in this case, they collaborated with another movement maker, le Cercle des Horlogères, and this is a movement that beats at the rate of 4 hertz, so 28,800 semi-oscillations per hour, certified chronometer by the Geneva Chronometric Observatory with a total of 10 seconds divergence per day, -4 +6, and with a 50-hour power reserve, which is dwarfed in this category by the BVL 138, which powers Bulgari's Octofinissimo and has a 60-hour power reserve, and the Chopard Alpine Eagle XPS, which of course builds on the Caliber 96, which is a prize possession of Chopard LUC, and which has been designed for them by none other than Michel Parmigiani over the course of 5 years and with no expenses spared. And that movement, which in the case of the Alpine Eagle is 96.40-L, that movement has 65 hours of power reserve and carries furthermore a Geneva hallmark that testifies to its quality. And of course, as with any other Chopard LUC watch, it is very much a chronometer. Nevertheless, I don't want to play it down. I think this is important. This is the first time Louis Vuitton actually developed from scratch a new movement for one of their watches. So it's an important first step. And for that reason, it is quite impressive. And it is something to be commended for sure. As you can probably already tell from the micro rotor movement, this is a watch that privileges thinness, which is obviously not foreign to this category, but is actually rather unique for tambour. Tambour, of course, takes its name from a percussive instrument, so is intentionally designed to be drum-like, especially from the profile, and it is intentionally designed as a thick watch, so to speak. So it is quite unique for this particular version to be slimmed down this much, to be slimmed down this radically. I believe it's 8.3 millimeters in thickness. Other than that, the case shape actually retains a lot of the signature elements of the original tambour design, including the Louis Vuitton writing all around on the caseband. And it is a lugless design, which this particular watch, as you can see, reflects with the bracelet seemingly seamlessly flowing into the uniquely shaped tambour case. Speaking of that bracelet, I actually really like the design. I think there's just enough of polished details there that bring it some visual interest, and it looks like its own thing, right? You know, it doesn't look like it is a design copied or adapted from some other integrated bracelet watch. And originality is always something I appreciate. When I think of the dial, I think it leaves something to be desired. Um, I like the two-tone expression, both in the blue and the silver. In each case, that is achieved by the variety of finishes that different sectors of the dial are treated with. I guess for the silver one, you can even speak of a three-tone dial, whereas for the blue, at least my eyes can only count two shades. When it comes to the placement of the numbers and the general look of the dial, I made the joke before that it is a Sartori Billard homage, and I stand by that. Um, you know, it was quite funny when we saw that Longines, when they came out with their celebratory pieces, I think, for the, what was it, for the 175th anniversary of their manufacture. They made watches which really looked very much like the way that the Japanese independent maker Naoya Hida makes his dials, with particularly stylized, in at least in Hida's case, also engraved numbers. In this case, I'm just going to bring up an example. I mean, probably you'll say it's too generic. I won't insist too much, but I believe overall it looks just too much like how Sartor Billard designs its standard dials with the Arabic numerals, and some of the expression of the division of the sectors on the dial also resembles the whole affair. So that to me is a huge turn off. Of course, Sartor Billard more recently introduced their own integrated bracelet piece, which to my eyes is actually a more handsome looking watch. And at a fraction of this piece, we still didn't talk the price, but this is the model that I'm talking about. And it is a piece that you can customize by a huge number of details, even though the options are somewhat limited compared to the traditional offerings, or rather the consistent, more long-term offerings of the brands like the SB04 and SB05, as well as the SB04 small, which is the most recently introduced version. SB04 has an has a self-winding movement and sweep center seconds, whereas SB05 has um, subsidiary dial at 6 o'clock for small seconds and a hand wound movement. The level of customization that you can demand in those two models is pretty extensive compared to the SB07, and extends all the way into the case material. But in this particular instance, what you can have is only the dial and indices. And that's a price point which starts at 8,500 for bespoke SB07. I believe their standard production model, um, which still is a watch entirely made for you, might be slightly less. But let's return to Louis Vuitton. This piece is offered with a silver and blue dial, kind of like a 3-tone silver, 2-tone blue, as I mentioned, in stainless steel. And I believe there is also a 2-tone and gold model, pink and yellow. I'm trying to see where that might be. I remember seeing pictures of these two-tone, etc. watches, but can't find it here. Let me see. Maybe Louis Vuitton's own website would have something. I mean, not to worry, of course. Hodinkee maintains its complete editorial independence, even though they are a subsidiary of LVMH at this point. But let's not talk about such dirty things, of course. Just read the fine print. That should suffice. Yeah, for now, we don't see anything. Okay. But the pricing for stainless steel is 18,500. I don't know if the watches are available right now. I believe they are slated for an official release in September, but I might be wrong. So if any of you in the chat knows anything about the specifics, feel free. I like, honestly, I like the basis with which they are working, because I have immense respect for La Fabrique du Temps. I have immense respect for Barbazini and Navas. Um, I don't think they can do anything wrong, when you ask me. But obviously, the design for me is neither beautiful nor original enough for me to bat an eye. But quite frankly, it was time for them to inject some new life into their watch division, especially with everything else that they have been doing at La Fabrique du Temps, all the expertise that they have on offer, all the expertise that they have been building in watchmaking for the 2 decades since they introduced tambour. But I guess at this first step, as this entry, I can't say I'm all that excited. Let me see if I can find any other. Maybe Revolution has the pictures of the other models, other metals, I should say, because at the end of the day, it's still. Of course, one of the most beautiful things, of course, about this kind of watch by Louis Vuitton is the presentation. As you can see, you get an entire trunk dedicated to this watch, which is a cool, nifty detail. Hey, Mike the Snake and JB, lovely to see you both. What do you all think about the new watch, the new Louis Vuitton tambour? Mike the Snake, love the thumbnail for tonight's show. Thank you. The Mercator is one of my favorites, and that is right now on offer at the Sotheby's Hong Kong Fine Watches auction. Apparently, that's a limited edition made for the handover of Hong Kong from British control to China. Well, all Mercator watches from Vacheron Constantin are limited edition watches, but that's what it marks, and that's why that map is a map of China. Right. Damning with faint praise, I see, JB. But yeah, feel free to drop other comments about the new release and what you think of it. Thank you for your participation. I think the price point is a little unconscionable, but I'm not surprised because the whole initiative is built on upmarketing Louis Vuitton watches, right? The whole reason they're introducing this line is to present Louis Vuitton watches as a desirable luxury object, as anything else on Louis Vuitton's catalog. So it really shouldn't surprise when it comes to the release of this watch and the price point, which pushes into 20,000, which means that you can, for about 40% less and possibly even less on the secondary market, you can get Bulgari Octo Finissimo in stainless steel or in titanium. stainless steel version, I think, not only rivals this, but beats it handily, both in terms of the originality of its design, its fineness, its performance in terms of the movement as well. And when it comes to the new Chopard LUC Alpine Eagle XPS, the only detriment would be its availability, because for now there's only one model with that unique salmon dial, and I'm pretty sure it's only available in very limited numbers and possibly not necessarily obtainable by average punters like us. So that would be the main detriment. But when it comes to, once again, the design, the performance, the finish, the quality, the complete package, I think you have once again a superior product in the Chopard Alpine Eagle 41 XPS, which of course is about $4,000 more expensive, but more or less in the same threshold in terms of price point. Oh, there's another quick piece of news for the benefit of the Horological Society of New York. Philips has put together a small online charity auction for about 6 pieces. A lot of these brands are sponsors of the Horological Society of New York in the first place. Nomos, Gégé Lecoutre, Laurent Ferrier, Oris, Ashmoser Company, and FP Jean. There are six lots, so we can go through them quite easily. The auction started earlier today and is going to close on July 11th, on Tuesday. The first lot is a collection of 6 brand new books on independent watchmaking, all signed personally by François-Paul Jean himself. One on the steel timepieces by F.B. Jean. Jean-Pierre Gross's F.B. Jean book, a book that is dedicated to F.B. Jean's chiming watches. As you can see here. And there are 2 copies of each for this particular lot. Donated personally by François-Paul Jean for lot number 1, with 4 days and 11 hours left on the clock. The current bid stands at 4,200. Lot 2 is a Ashmoser Company aluminum wall clock that is stylized like, or that's styled rather like their sports watch, streamliner chronograph. A very interesting piece. Of course, in this case, the wall clock is powered by a quartz movement. So not much of horological interest there, but certainly something that would please a Moza fan. This auction is conducted by Philips to benefit the educational initiatives of the Horological Society of New York in support of international traveling, virtual education programs, and scholarships for students of watchmaking, awards to watchmaking schools. So all of it for a good cause. Lot number 2 is H. Moser et Company wall clock, styled like their streamliner, donated by Moser, and the bidding currently stands for lot number 2 at 1,400 in US dollars. Lot 3, for a change, is an actual watch donated by Oris. Hi, Bruce G. Nice to see you, man. Ah, you are being too generous. JB says, you see many fashion design brands coming along with fresh takes, Hermes and Chanel. Yeah, honestly, it's a personal take, right? I'm a bigger fan of Hermes and Chanel's new men's pieces than the new tambour integrated bracelet design by Louis Vuitton. But that's just me. It's not end all be all. And honestly, I have no strong feelings against it at all, except for the price point, perhaps. But it is what it is, right? People will vote with their money if it is in fact deemed to be too expensive. Um, this is Oris's big crown in stainless steel, 38 millimeters in diameter, and with powder blue lacquer dial, 5-day power reserve, a very nice field slash pilot's watch aesthetic, but in a compact, sporty form, and a pointer date which shows the date along the perimeter of the dial with a red arrow stacked at the center, along with the hands for hour and minutes, which are pencil hands and are loomed. Of course, this is again a brand new watch donated by Oris for this benefit. This watch, of course, is famously built on Oris's 10th in-house caliber, which is 473, which builds on their caliber 400, but turns it into a hand-wound caliber with a strong 5-day power reserve, quite respectable. Very legible, an interesting watch, a handsome looking watch. Again, not necessarily my style and not particularly at this price point, but still. Lot 3 is currently being bid at 2,400 in US dollars. Lot 4 is offered by Nomos, a brand that's cherished for making available great design and decent watchmaking at a very reasonable price point. A brand that has been tirelessly working over the course of the recent few years, well, recent decade, you can even say, I'm sure, on building their in-house capabilities in terms of their movements. This is the Tangomat GMT Plus with an exhibition case back. This watch has an aperture at 9 o'clock to indicate a second time zone. Which it does in terms of plus minus GMT time. And you can cycle through time zones with using that pusher at 2 o'clock. You also have your reference time through an opening at 3 o'clock and small seconds at 6 o'clock, which has a radial groove. Otherwise, the dial is pretty much your signature Nomos interpretation of the Bauhaus aesthetic. Here is a look at Nomos's in-house XI movement, which happens to have also a stop seconds mechanism for a more precise setting of time. Stainless steel, 40 millimeters of diameter. Lot 4, which is a Nomos Glashütte Tangomat GMT Plus with 4 days and 11 hours to go, is being currently bid at 2,200 in US dollars. Please hit the like button while you're here. It really helps, makes a huge difference. We're looking at Gégé-Lecoutre Reverso at lot number 5. Once again, a brand new watch donated by JLC in their current medium size, which more or less amounts to their classique, as it was previously termed. To my consternation, at least, this is the quartz version. It's an ultra thin piece, but it achieves that by virtue of its quartz powered movement. But otherwise, it is a perfect two-hander with a two-tone silver dial in stainless steel with a cobalt blue medium scale alligator strap that catches that cornflower blue tones of the heat blued stainless steel hands for the hour and minutes. Of course, the classic Arabic numerals on the hour track. This is lot 5, which is a Gégé-Lecoutre Reverso in the medium size with a quartz movement, which is currently being bid at $3,000 in US dollars with 4 days and 11 hours to go. Sixth and last, perhaps the most horologically interesting piece in the offerings of this charity auction organized for the benefits of HSNY's educational programs, the educational programs of the Horological Society of New York. This is the Laurent Ferrier Bridge 1. Unfortunately, a model, a design that has now been discontinued. This particular piece is designed in a way that reminds you of the Tour d'Eiffel pieces from Patek Philippe and their later recreation to commemorate the establishment of their Plan-les-Ouates manufacture. The reference 5500, the pagoda, as you can see here. Laurent Ferrier's Bridge 1 actually takes its inspiration from a pedestrian bridge in Geneva. .44 by 30, so quite similar in its proportions to the larger versions of the Reverso Grand Taille, such as the Grand Date or Grand Calendar, Grand Moon, etc. And a similar rectangular piece, more or less, that is designed with the same Art Deco inspiration. Of course, here you have the flanks of the case a little more stylized and certainly curved, with the lugs taking that subtle teardrop shape, and with the case profile somehow finding that architectural form. I actually really love uh, the dial on this one, which is nicely textured, kind of granular, with the printed indices lining up like so many rays of sun, and with a nicely elongated single Roman numeral at 12. Otherwise, we have the rhodium plated assegai styled hands for the hour and minutes, and a subsidiary dial for small seconds at 6 o'clock with its radial guilloche, an oversized onion crown, which you can often see in Laurent Ferrier's offerings. And here is a look at its properly shaped caliber, hand wound. It's called LF 10701, which was a movement designed for the Bridge 1, 80 hours of power reserve at full crank, which amounts to something larger than the industry standard. Something more, I should say. The bridges have the traditional Geneva stripes. The base plate has perlage, the circular graining. The edges of the bridges are chamfered by hand with interior angles, and the screw heads are mirror polished. A really stunning piece, inside and out. In stainless steel, brand new, unworn at lot 6. The Laurent Ferrier Bridge 1 is currently being bid at 15,000 in US dollars. This was the online charity auction conducted by Philips for the benefit of educational programs of the Horological Society of New York. I'm going to drop the link. Check it out. It is for a good cause. In the meantime, I am going to switch to Sotheby's fine watches, which is also an online only auction that has started today and is going to finally run until July 14th, 10 Hong Kong time. So there's about a week before it closes. I believe the The lots close independently at 1 minute intervals. So it is a kind of auction where you have to choose whatever you are going to bid at and pay particular attention to its closing time. I'll leave this on the screen and take a quick break to get a drink. If you have any questions in the meantime, please don't hesitate to drop them in the chat. If you would like me to highlight any particular lot, here's the link that I just posted in the chat. Feel free to super chat the lot number, and I'll be more than happy to get back to you with as much horological and historical knowledge that I can muster at one go. You're looking at an absolute classic by Patek Philippe, 3970E, the 36 millimeter perpetual calendar chronograph in platinum and with a black dial diamond set at the factory with 10 brilliant diamonds and a single baguette cut diamond at 12 o'clock. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so. It really does help for this Itsy Bitsy channel. Thank you. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for your patience. I am back. So nice to see you. Whoa. What is that? The watch advisor, where the watches are stars? Where the watches are the stars? You don't have to see my face all the time. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Mike the Snake, it's interesting that you asked. I thought it would have been too vain. I was gonna post a photo of myself in the community when I was back in fighting weight from 2 years ago. Maybe I should post that and challenge someone. What do you guys think? Half man, half gorilla. Let me see if I can find that picture and someone can probably snap it and make fun of me. But hey, if it's that funny, they should fight me. Of course, within the squared circle where the violence is sanctioned. for sport, for charity. Why not? I will, if I win, I will donate all my winnings to the George Soros Foundation. All right, we're looking at. I disavow everything that I've just said. We're looking at a classic Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph in platinum, a 3970E with the screwed on case back and a black factory diamond set dial. I love these piston pushers, piston-like pushers for the chronograph. The pencil hands, the sweep center seconds. Of course, you have the pointer date at 6 o'clock, which encircles the opening for the moon phase indicator. The 30-minute totalizer is at 3 o'clock, which encompasses also a micro hand for the leap year indicator, and the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock also has a micro hand within that circle, which is a 24-hour hand and which serves essentially as a day-night indicator. You have under the baguette cut diamond two further openings, two wickets, two windows for the day of the week and the month. The 3970 was, of course, replaced by 5970 in the lineup, which in its turn was replaced by the 5270. But as you can see, this is a very nice example of that more conservatively and classically sized version of one of Patek's signature pieces. And 3970, of course, remains the penultimate version of Patek Philippe's perpetual calendar chronograph that was built on the base of the Lemania CH27, which gave us, among other things, the basis of the Moonwatch, which was named Omega 321, of course, for its movements. The 5970, in its turn, is the last reference when it comes to Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs that used the Nouvelle Lemania base. As you can see, this particular piece is presented with its certificate of origin as well as its presentation box in that beautiful cherry colored wood, a matching push pin, and an additional solid platinum case back is also included should you wish to feel that extra heft on your wrist. This is lot number 1, a Patek Philippe 3970 platinum perpetual calendar chronograph with a diamond set black dial. The starting bid is the equivalent of 127,821 in US dollars. Jake Brooks, thank you. 818 STP special. Nice. Thank you, St. Peter. It's been a while. Well, St. Peter, come back. St. Peter, come back. It's been a long while, man. Where have you gone, brother? Okay, I've gone too far. Let's go back a little bit. 818, right? Yes. Let's take a look at that. Yes. It's STP special in the sense that St. Peter has this watch. I'm joking, man. Frank and honest. Love Bear. Bear, I love you, Bear. You know this? To be honest, this is a highly enjoyable show. Please upvote if you haven't yet. I think I know who Frank and Honest is, but I don't want to out this person whom I dearly love. So I appreciate you. I will just say that. Um, man, Mike the Snake, we should be able to make some jokes. We're friends. Come on. No, but honestly, if I ever go through that kind of charade of boxing someone, a fellow YouTuber or whoever else, I would rather do it for charity. And obviously, it should be something that can bring everyone together, nothing controversial. Something like last time, right? We raised money together and we donated everything to UNICEF um, for the children who were directly affected by the earthquake earlier in the year in Turkey and Syria. So, it would be something like that. It would be something like UNICEF. It would be something, maybe even Horological Society of New York, something like that. I would rather do something for charity than just for show and just for followers. Having said that, I am desperate to have more subscribers on the YouTube channel, of course. So feel free to spread the word. And obviously, as you well know, these kinds of things are essentially publicity stunts, and they are supposed to raise the profile of the channel. So if it helps with that as well, for sure. This is the chronograph 2 with quote unquote a white dial, which is really like a two-tone, ivory and taupe, maybe we can say. It actually has the branding in kanji, a telemeter scale on the periphery of the dial, and at the center, tachometer printed in red, minute counter at 3 o'clock, and the continuous running seconds at 9, with a date window nicely framed at 6 o'clock. Polished beads for the hour indicators, and very nicely stylized hands. Chrono Tokyo is designed by Hajime Asaoka, who is a very well-respected independent maker, who is part of the Academy of Independent Watchmakers, AHCI, for quite some time. His Tsunami, especially, is a very well regarded and covetable independent watch. Of course, uh, Chrono is an entirely separate line of watches that reflect approach to chrono, his approach to horology and also his design principles. But ultimately, these are watches that are built on generic movements, which is in the case of chronograph 2, Shiro or white Shiro, and NE86 movements with a 45-hour power reserve. That is, of course, a chronograph movement built by Seiko Instruments. I believe it remains still to this day Seiko's most advanced. The watch is very traditionally proportioned and shaped, 38 millimeters in diameter, and right under 14 millimeters, including the crystal. As with all Chrono Tokyo watches, this was something made in limited numbers. Should be around hundreds, not thousands. And even though he continued to make chronographs along the same lines, this particular dial was discontinued. As you can see, lot 818 has already attracted quite a bit of interest, having started with no reserve. It is right now being bid at around 1,789 in US dollars. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad. I wouldn't want to lose you, even, you know, even if you weren't kidding. Um, I wouldn't want to lose you over something like that. Lot 702 was one of the pieces highlighted by Sotheby's. This is the annual calendar 5960 in platinum with a bezel set with baguette diamonds and a dial that is likewise set by baguette diamonds, 40 millimeters in diameter. This annual calendar chronograph is built on Patek's own self-winding chronograph movement. You guys know I'm a huge fan of the 5960. So this is a watch that I really like too. Oh, once again. Nice. I don't know how this happens, guys. There's something going on with this particular microphone. Am I back? Disaster. I will unmute for super chat. Should I? Nice. Nice. Um, yeah. Well, did you? What was the last thing you heard, guys? Tell me that. Um, I was talking about Clausen enamel as a micro painting technique where you trace the outlines of the drawing with hairline thin golden threads and achieve the color with enamel powder through a very meticulous process of oven firing. You're looking at a 5131R in pink gold, which scales right under 40 millimeters, so very traditionally sized still, built on the micro rotor caliber 240, 240 HU in this sense, in this case, for heure universelle. Thanks for your patience, by the way. I'm sure it was a lot of fun at any rate. um, I was just also talking about how they use the observatory style hour hands. So your view of the map is not impeded. Polished gold beads at the quarters as hour markers. Of course, that painting itself is framed in a pink gold ring and also surrounded by the 24-hour ring, itself divided to day and night hours, kind of an opaline white for day hours and blue for night hours. Of course, you have the moon, the crescent, and the sun as well to make that distinction. And you have the city's ring. This is still the old school city's ring where you have Hong Kong instead of Beijing. Pardon me. And of course, you have the traditional pusher at 10 o'clock, which allows you to cycle through time zones since this is a travel watch. Two things that I really like about Patek World Timers in terms of the case shape and case profile are the crown guards and the micro rotor movements, which is caliber 240, the 22 carats, weight itself decorated with Geneva stripes and embossed with Calatrava cross. Actually, I mean, is embossed the right term? I guess it's somehow stamped, so I that should work. But so this is the 240 HU, heure universelle for the world timer. And that micro rotor caliber allows Patek 5131 scale right under 11 millimeters in thickness, which makes it a very beautifully proportioned piece. This particular example at lot 5 is offered with its certificate of origin, product literature, and the presentation box. Still no bids, but there's a lot of time, almost a whole week until the auction closes. But the starting bid would be right around 89,478 in US dollars. I should mute once every so often so I get you guys talking in the chat, because otherwise everyone is absolutely silent and just listening, which I don't know, maybe I should take some credit for that. I guess I must be saying something interesting to the 3 people who are actually tuning into the channel. So this is the watch that Mike the Snake was talking about in the chat. It is a special edition of the Mercator. Mercator himself is a Dutch-German cartographer, geographer from the 16th century. And this particular line, I believe, was introduced at the 400th anniversary of his passing. And it was realized always in limited editions with very special Chanlevé enamel dials. Well, always enamel dials. I don't know if it was always a Chanlevé enamel dial, but this is a Chanlevé enamel, which means that there are inlays that is combined with enamel painting. In this case, you have the People's Republic of China and Taiwan depicted here. The dates, July 1st, 1997, is very discreetly inscribed at around 7 o'clock traditionally. And I'm saying traditionally because, of course, this watch very famously has a very unique way of displaying time with 2 retrograde hands. We'll get to that shortly. I believe the signature at 4 o'clock is the name of the painter who did the enamel work, the name of the artist. Coming back to the watch, this is a 36 millimeter piece in 18 karats pink gold with beautifully stepped and curved lugs, a round case that has a slight stepped bezel, and retrograde hands for both the hour and minutes, which form a caliper or a compass, you might also say, the main instrument of a cartographer, something that you can use to draw things proportionally, such as a map. And basically right now it is showing like 10:42. The hands are, of course, the closest to each other at 1 o'clock and farthest from each other at 12:59. Of course, at 1 o'clock, the retrograde hour hand snaps back right here to 1, And at the top of the hour, each time the hour hand snaps back to 0. Jake Brooks, thank you. Thank you so much. AD visit tomorrow. They emailed me out of the blue. Perfect. I'll report back. A Rolex AD, I'm assuming. Thank you so much, JB. Thank you for your generosity today. I really appreciate it. And break a leg. Break a leg. I don't want to hype it up too much, but hey, I hope they offer something that you really like and that you're dying for. This is a piece, once again, made in 1996 to commemorate the handover of Hong Kong from the British to the Chinese, matched with a déployant clasp with a Maltese cross, bearing the Maltese cross on the outside, special presentation box, I meant, and this is number 2 of 30, and it also comes with a nice pocket loop as well by Vacheron Constantin. Very classy package overall, and I love the Mercator as a design. I love it as a concept, and these pieces, by the way, are delightfully thin as well, because they are built on the self-winding caliber that belongs to the same family as the famous JLC 920, which of course powered the first generation of those sports chic watches by the 3 heritage makers that we sometimes refer as the so-called Holy Trinity, Audemars Piguet and the Royal Oak, Patek Philippe and the Nautilus, and Vacheron Constantin and the 222. So a Vacheron Constantin Mercator reference 43050 is 36 millimeters in diameter, and it is, I believe, I wanted to confirm it, but now I can't seem to find it. Only 8.5 millimeters thick. And this, as you can see, is the piece with the supplemental weight inscribed with the year of Gérard Mercator's passing in 1994, which was when this model was introduced into the line. Very well preserved, very elegant example of Mercator in pink gold with the Chanlevé enamel depiction of mainland China and Taiwan, marking the 1997 handover of Hong Kong. This particular piece is currently being bid at around $30,676 in US dollars. Thank you, Evan. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you too. Lot number 7, we are looking at a very popular version of the Patek Philippe Aquanaut 5168G. The white gold version of the time and date Aquanaut is bigger than the 5167 A or R in stainless steel or in pink gold. So this is in a way an extra jumbo compared to the 40 millimeter 5167. The 5168 is right above, I believe, a little larger than 42 millimeters with a blue gradient sunburst dial with the globescape pattern, which is nicely reflected on the tropic rubber strap that sits flush at the case and between the lugs. Arabic numerals for the hours, except for 3, where you have the date window, and generously loomed pencil hands, sweep center seconds, and the white gold case is matched with a tropic style rubber strap, which plays with the blue tones of the dial. The piece is powered by 324 SC for the sweep center seconds, self-mining movement. It is right over 8 millimeters thick. I think it's 825, I want to say. 5168G with the blue dial. This is lot 7, which has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be right around 64,000 in US dollars. Hey, AD Never Calling. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you. Mike the Snake says, great discussion on the Mercator. Thank you. And I'm glad that I wasn't cut off this time by my disconnected microphone. I have a Pavlovian dog response to them. Yeah, I love it too. I should get one, really, before they get more expensive. I'm unsure if I yearn for them more than I do for Halle Berry or not. Listen, don't get me started. I was already getting me into trouble with the charity boxing discussion, so let's not get there. As you know, Mike the Snake, this is a channel where we are trying to move away from misogyny. We're only moderately misogynistic compared to all other watch channels, so let's keep it that way, without lusting too much for women. Jake Brooks says, I wonder I'd ever get to see Yachtmaster 42 in titanium. You might be able to, but is that what you asked from them? Aries finest. Well, at least we know you are going for Rolex. Rolex. All right, I'm skipping over a few things. Feel free to direct my attention if I skipped anything that you would like to see. There's the link. If you send it in with a super chat, I would more than happily oblige. We're looking at lot 14, which is Alan Gonzuna's triple splits chronograph. This is quite a marvel. As you know, what is called split seconds chronograph, Rattrapant, or in German, Doppelchronograph, is a type of chronograph that can split the two centrally deployed seconds hand. You can so that you can time multiple intervals. In this case, Alan Gonzone actually started their adventure, so to speak, with double splits. Which they introduced in 2004. And the triple splits they introduced in 2018, I want to say. And I believe it was only after that that they came up with that first honey gold edition of their Rattrapant, and that was either 2020 or 2021. So the solo Rattrapant was only introduced later, after the triple split. So this piece actually has not only a split seconds hand, but also splits minutes and split hours as well. This piece is offered in a limited edition of white gold. Here's a look at that immense monster of a unit for split seconds, minutes, and hours. One of only 100 pieces. I think the thickness of this watch is not that obnoxious, measuring right around 15.5. And the case is right around 43.2 in diameter. This particular piece is offered with Alan Gonzuna's guarantee, seal, instruction manual, and presentation box. The case is matched with white gold deployant clasp. You have a power reserve indicator at 6 o'clock. The 12-hour counter is at 12 o'clock. Continuous running seconds between 7 and 9, and the 30-minute totalizer between 3 and 5. The pushers have a kind of bullhorn configuration with the split pusher at 10 o'clock. start stop at 2, and at 4 you have flyback slash resets. The tachymeter is printed on the chapter ring, which is where the A-Langonzone signature sits as well, at around 12 o'clock. Hey, Mitch, nice to see you, man. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. Lot 14, which is the A-Langonzone triple split chronograph, one of only 100-piece run, in white gold, 43.2 millimeter in diameter and 15.6 millimeters in thickness. This piece happens to be also a flyback chronograph. It also offers flyback functionality, which means that you can reset the piece with the push of one button, that pusher at 4 o'clock, rather than having to start, stop, reset, and start again. The flyback option allows you to set things back to 0, where the chronograph will automatically start running again. So it allows you to time things, time different intervals in quick succession. There are 2 very special Zeitwerks back to back. Let's look at the Zeitwerk Datum. This is quite a marvelous piece for a number of reasons. The Zeitwerk is one of the purest expressions of Lange's design aesthetic, because the 2 double-digit windows for the hour and minutes, which are digitally expressed, look very much like the 5 minutes clock that adorns the stage in the Dresden Opera House. I have made a video on this, which is one of the earliest videos that I uploaded on this channel. So you can check that out. But this is really a marvelous piece because it is basically the digital watch with an analog heart. As you guys know, jump hour pieces are extremely power hungry. And this piece actually also has jumping minutes, precisely jumping minutes at that, with that oversized subdial for the seconds, where you would have 6 o'clock traditionally, power reserve indicator at around 12 in terms of showing it on a scale in the shape of an upward facing crescent. And you also have, in addition to that, a day indicator along the perimeter of the dial, which is also precisely jumping. So, in fact, at 11:59, when you are at 59, when you pass midnight, you have the hour jumping to the next, the minutes to 0, and the dates, in this case, to 11. And that's quite marvelous. And the Zeitwerk range, as you guys know, has been renewed with the power reserve being upgraded to 72 hours, 3 days, which has been Lange's standard, more or less all across their range. But the Zeitwerk datum, the Zeitwerk date, was already 72 hour power reserve. Which is quite impressive, very cool. It is an absolute unit as a watch. 44.2 millimeters in terms of the case diameter, with a thickness of 12.3 millimeters. The piece has a constant force escapement, and as always, a beautifully decorated, detailed and finished movement with their traditional swan neck regulator and a hand engraved balance cock. Of course, all the other details are present as well, including the heat blued screws and the rubies that are set into gold chaton. This is the Lange Zeitwerk date at lot 15, which has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be 102,254 in US dollars. Oh, a fight brewing in the chat, guys. Be nice. Be nice. See, I will leave just like that. Kidding. Obviously, I kicked myself out somehow. I don't know how I achieved that, but that's what it is. Lot 16 is again a very special version of the Zeitwerk. This is the decimal strike, the chiming version of the Zeitwerk, which was also a limited edition of 100 pieces made in 100 examples. As its name indicates, this is a little different from your regular minute repeater, which, of course, intones the hour, quarter hour, and minutes. Decimal striker or decimal repeater chimes the hours and number of 10 minutes intervals past the hour and number of minutes past the 10 minutes interval. So rather than quarters, the seconds measure it chimes is a 10-minute interval. So let's say 4:25, right? Ding, 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 I think. Whatever. So that would be the traditional minute repeater, whereas the decimal would be ding, 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 ding. So that is the difference, basically. I confused myself and probably fucked up the proper minute repeater that chimes at quarters, but the decimal one at least I got right. As you can see, this piece has a beautiful ivory dial on which Lange's signature time bridge sits. That time bridge also frames the subsidiary dial for seconds, which indicates the seconds on a railroad track. There is a power reserve indicator at the traditional 12 o'clock spot. This piece, I believe, has a 36-hour power reserve. So it's more like the older generation of Zeitwerk rather than the new and the Zeitwerk date. I think these debuted around 120,000 or something like that when they were first introduced. Only 100 pieces, again, an absolute unit, 44.2 millimeters in diameter and right around 13 millimeters in thickness. Where's JJ? I don't know. JJ sometimes comes to the chat and even more rarely does jump on the panel. I think he had a show himself tonight, no? Like an unboxing with a collector, I think. The decimal strike for Zeitwerk is actually a limited edition that uses Lange's proprietary alloy, honey gold. I'm usually very much immune to these kinds of gimmicks, but having seen honey gold in person, in the example of the 1815 Rattrapant, I was absolutely smitten, and I really think it is a very unique alloy. So I want to show as much as that video allows us to see what it looks on the wrist. As you see, it is kind of like a pale version of it's like a pale version of yellow gold, pale version of pink gold, but with kind of the warmth of white gold in it. I don't know how to explain it, but on this particular piece, especially with the pink gilt or like copper-like gilt accents on the black dial, it was an absolutely stunning watch and really, really loved it. So I don't know. I usually think of these things as so many gimmicks, but the honey gold actually is rather sweet, no pun intended. We're looking, of course, the honey gold at the honey gold version, honey gold limited edition. Zeitwerk minute repeater, which is a decimal strike chiming watch, currently being bid at 76,691 in US dollars at lot number 16. With almost a week to go. Again, this is an online-only auction based in Hong Kong by Sotheby's. If you have any questions about particular lots, feel free to send them in. Feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I will be more than happy to get back to you with some horological detail. There's a nice limited edition once again by Lange. This is the Richard Lange Referenzuhr, which is a nifty little complication that you don't always see. Basically, this is a time-only watch with a power reserve indicator and an extra pusher, which allows you to reset the seconds hand to 0 at the push of a button. This was a limited run of 75 pieces. I think released around 2010 in pink gold with a case diameter of 40.5. This particular version comes as with its warranty papers, product literature, and the presentation box. And the pink gold is matched with a pink gold pin buckle. A silver dial with off-center seconds between 8 and 9 o'clock, and the power reserve indicator at around 4, which is a watchmaker's 4. And here's a glimpse of the movement with that unique 0 reset mechanism. We're looking at lot 17 from Sotheby's Hong Kong Fine Watches, which is an auction that started recently and is going to close at about 10 o'clock with 10 p.m. on July 13 on the East Coast, around 7 p.m. here on the West Coast. But you should probably specify the lots if you are looking more closely at any one of them, because the pieces close with like 1-minute intervals roughly. So keep that in mind. Lot 17 has not yet received any bids, but the starting bid would be right over 25,000 in US dollars. Another honey gold piece, 1815 anniversary F.A. Lange, to commemorate the 200th birthday of F.A. Lange. It was made at around 2015. It is a pretty simple watch when it comes down to it. Time only in the 1815 case, which is 40 millimeters in diameter. This one in their proprietary honey gold, one of only 200 examples. Once again, it comes with the A. Lange & Söhne guarantee seal, instruction manual, and presentation box in this particular case. One of the things I mentioned is whenever Lange watches come up, the particular alloy that is called German silver, which is a mixture of nickel, copper, and zinc, starts its life with a certain yellowish hue, but it actually takes on patina over the years. So, in fact, it gets warmer and warmer often and gains this even a champagne-like hue over the years, which always is a delightful contrast, especially against white metal cases when they frame that well-patinated movement. And you can beautifully observe that, of course, on the three-quarter plates with ridiculously good glashütte ribbing on them. This is lot 18 for the 1815 anniversary F.A. Lange, 40 millimeters in diameter in their proprietary honey gold, silver dial, time only piece, one of only 200. The piece is currently being bid at around $30,677 in US dollars. You mean this? Do you like it, Meech? I can stop doing it for a super chat. It's okay. You'll get used to it over time, I'm sure. This is a pretty cool one. This is what they call the Saxonia copper blue. It is actually a Saxonia thin, a beautiful and rather delicate dress watch, 39 millimeters in diameter, right around 6 millimeters thick, I believe 6.2 or something like that, with a hand wound movement, and Lange's version of an aventurine dial, which is not the actual stone, but I think the effect they achieve in creating this dial gives it a remarkable look of a starry night sky, which I really appreciate. A beautiful dress piece in white gold, and you can see even on this, which is a watch a few years old, where the patina started working itself out already. Beautiful finishing, solarized even on the ratchet wheel. The piece comes with a guarantee seal, instruction box, instruction manual, and the presentation box. And it has so far not attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be around $25,000, which actually is not so ridiculous because when it came out, which was almost 5 years ago now, this piece retailed around 22,000. Let me get another drink. I will serve you guys one more piece before I do that, however, or at least I will leave that on the screen. This, once again, just like Bridge 1, is a discontinued Laurent Ferrier. It's their École case, modeled after um, school watches, traditional school watches made by graduates of horological schools in Switzerland and, of course, elsewhere as well. And this is Laurent Ferrier's annual calendar. Round case with a slightly domed, rather substantive bezel, downturned lugs that are screwed through, kind of like an officer style expression. And you also have that onion shaped crown with a two-tone charcoal gray, anthracite gray dial. I'll be right back. Welcome back. We're looking at Laurent Ferrier's École annual calendar, which has a beautiful notched slide for corrector at 10 o'clock, a beautifully proportioned dial, of which that equilibrium is accentuated by the crosshair design that divides the dial into 4 equal pieces. The pointer dates along the periphery of the dial, printed in blue except for the 31st, with a fire red hand, continuous running seconds in a sunken subsidiary dial at 6, 2 wickets above the signature of the brand for the day of the week and the month, and a nice sector for the minutes and hours. Assegai styled hands, which are quite consistent across the lines of Laurent Ferrier's watches. I kind of mourn the passing of Bridge 1 as a discontinued design. Not so much the École, even though I hope they will replace it with some sort of calendar watch, because I really appreciate everything that Laurent Ferrier does. My favorite is the square-shaped pieces, but the classic origin version, the round-cased piece, is also quite beautiful. Though collectors for this brand probably would love to get their hands on a piece like this, which is once again now discontinued, not having been replaced yet. This is lot 25 at Sotheby's Hong Kong Fine Watches auction, which is about a week to go before bidding ends. This piece is currently being bid at $21,729 in US dollars. We have a number of interesting Speedmaster references put back to back. I'm really interested in about 3 of them, but let's go through them as much as possible. I'm going to start with lot 26, which is the most recent version of the Snoopy Award watch, 50th anniversary, on a blue sailcloth like strap with contrast stitching, opaline white dial with blue registers and blued indices even, and hands. And the tachometer bezel is also blue. This is a very comfortable watch. classic Speedmaster professional case with lyre lugs, with twisted lugs, and with that unique animation on the case back. This is a brand new piece which arrives as a full set to lot 26. And the current bid is right around 15,338 in US dollars. Then in the next lot, lot 27, we have the Snoopy Eyes on the Stars from around 2004. Practically arriving as a full set as well. On its matching bracelet with the logo in the subsidiary dial for seconds at 9 o'clock. And also on the case back. Typical Omega limited edition, one of only 5,441 pieces. This is lot 27, which has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid would be right above 15,000 in US dollars. At lot 29, we have a relatively unique Speedmaster. Which is the CK2998, right under 40 millimeters in diameter. The piece runs with the classic case shape, pre-professional. Straight lugs, right under 40 millimeters, powered by 1861, and also uniquely with a pulsometer scale on the bezel insert, which is graduated for 30 pulsations. So in a way, this is a doctor's watch, right, which allows you to take the heart rate of the patient, find the pulse, engage the chronograph, count to 30, and when you stop, this centrally deployed fire red seconds hand stops at the heart rate, indicates the heart rate of the patient. Classic panda look, which is very attractive, and loomed alpha hands for the hour and minutes. A watch that has a very interesting character, the perforated rally style strap with contrast stitching is also quite sporty as well. solid case back, one of 2998, referring to the original reference, which was the inspiration for this watch. This piece comes with the Omega International Warranty, Certificate of Authenticity, pictograms, and the presentation box. The Omega Speedmaster CK2998, limited edition, one of 2998. The piece has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be right around 5,800 for lots number 29. A number of interesting Cartier pieces back to back. I want to start with the Tortue at 735. This is a post-CPCP production, but is actually quite attractive in and of itself. Tortue Excel, so it has in fact similar proportions to a lot of these quote-unquote turtle-shaped pieces, tonneau-shaped pieces that were offered as part of the Collection Privée Cartier Paris. That's decade of production between 1998 and 2008, where Cartier conjugated their iconic archival designs with technological elements from high horology, both building on their in-house expertise and collaborating also with some of the emergent independent makers. Tortue actually happens to be one of the crowning achievements of that collection, because Cartier actually brought back, as part of the CPCP collection, their iconic chronograph from the Roaring '20s, the single button chronograph, Tortue Monopoussoir, which had a movement, which had a caliber developed by François-Paul Jean and Denis Flageolet of De Béthune today. At that time, they were collaborating as Technique Horlogère Appliquée, which also involved at a certain point in time Vianney Alter as well. This Tortue, however, dates back to 2011, so it is after 2008. It has the XL case, so the dimensions are 51 by 41 in 18 karat pink gold. An open worked dial, which gives you a glimpse onto that perpetual calendar module, which is of course on the dial side. The piece has a retrograde hand for the day of the week. The months are indicated on a subdial at 12 o'clock, which also encircles the leap year indicator, and the date is pointed along the periphery of the dial. The hour track is guillocheted behind the Roman numerals. The number 7 includes the secret Cartier signature, and number 4 is a watchmaker's 4 sticks instead of the IV. The octagonal crown is topped off by a multifaceted sapphire. All the hands are heat blued with the hands for hour and minutes in Breguet style. This is really a rather beautiful piece with a self-winding movement, as you can see here from behind, especially numbered for the edition. This is lot 35 for a Cartier Tortue XL, a perpetual calendar with a leap year indicator and a retrograde day indication, and a partially open worked dial. The piece has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be, pardon me, right above $30,000. Skipped a little bit. We're looking at lot 40, a rectangular Piaget piece, which has Clou de Paris or hobnail decoration on its flanks, Art Deco numerals, kind of like elongated and stylized Arabic numerals at quarters, dagger-shaped and printed hour markers as well, alternating with those. This is a rectangular watch in pink gold, 28 by 41. So rather similar to Cantai Reverso in terms of its dimensions. The piece is accompanied by Piaget's international guarantee certificates. That is pretty much the end of that package. And the piece has a solid case back. I believe this is a hand-wound movement for the Piaget reference 9300, a rectangular pink gold watch with a stunning blue dial and Art Deco numerals with hobnail guilloche decoration on the case flanks. The piece started at no reserve, but it is currently being bid at around 3,323 in US dollars. At lot 44, we have one of my perennial favorites when it comes to the AP Royal Oak. This is the piece that is sometimes called the owl by the collectors. reference 25594, all in stainless steel and with the silvered white dial. Day dates and phases of the moon. Pointer date at 3 o'clock, day of the week at 9 o'clock, and an aperture for a moon phase indicator at 6. Grande Tapisserie dial, since this is a model well into the 2000s. The condition of the case seems rather nice. This particular piece is accompanied with a digital archive from the digital extract from the AP archives. And as it used to be, it is actually a reduced size piece. For quite a long time, AP offered certain complications for the Royal Oak in reduced size cases, such as dual time, day date and phases of the moon, and others. The chronograph and the perpetual calendar were fitted into cases that were quite similar in dimensions to the jumbo. The owl at lot 44. This piece has so far failed to attract any offers, but there's almost a week to go, so there is still time. The starting bid would be right above 23,000 in US dollars. Okay. We have two special editions of the Bulgari Octofinissimo and a very interesting piece by Vianney Olter that he made for the German luxury brand Goldpfeil. We will look at that, but let's start with lot 45, which is a Bulgari Octofinissimo Sejima. Kazuyo Sejima is a Japanese architect. She is quite an icon in her country and beyond. And this was a very interesting piece when it came out with its unique dial design. Kind of a mirrored piece. Quite frankly, even its limited nature and interesting concepts doesn't really catch my fancy because ultimately it's an invisible watch, just difficult to read simply, and certainly much more impressive from the back. With its rather austerely but capably finished microrotor movements, a platinum rotor weight which winds bidirectionally and gives the movement 60 hours of autonomy at full charge. This is the stainless steel version of the piece. So it's slightly thicker. I believe it's right over 5 millimeters. I need to double check this. I think 515 or something like that. Mhm. Yes, the stainless steel is 515. Sorry, the titanium one is 515 and the stainless steel is 640. So Sejima should be 640 as well. One of only 360 pieces. This is lot 45. An Octofinissimo designed in collaboration with the Japanese architect Kazuyo Sejima. The piece will start bidding at 12,782 in US dollars. '46 is a special edition of the titanium Finissimo. It's called Tattoo Aqua, made for Conopassion. That is the Paris-based authorized dealer for Bulgari, among others, led by Laurent Picciotto. I believe they collaborated with a London-based designer for this. Yeah, I think this was designed by the tattoo artist Mo Copoletta, and was only available in Conopassion's own boutique. I don't know how many pieces exactly. I think something to the tune of 30. The tattoo design was applied by laser engraving, I believe, on the case style and bracelets, um, basically on the standard sandblasted titanium version. Lot 48 is Vienna Alter's reference GPVH, which stands for Goldpfeil Vienna Alter. This is a piece that very much follows Vienna Alter's tradition of displaying time in different sections of the watch, like in Antiqua, for example. In Antiqua, he has this way of using the perpetual calendar and displaying different kinds of information through separate portholes. Here, you have um, the hour through a distinct opening in the upper left part of the case. The piece itself is modeled after a vintage camera, which should explain the case shape and even the design of the crown. Right next to that jump hour, you actually have a moon phase indicator with an arrow, and that's a very precise one. I think that does not stays accurate for 122 years and is off by around the day after 139 years. Another beautiful detail is in the indicator down there, the big square opening. With the minute hand taking after Goldpfeil's own logo and a red arrow for the continuous running seconds. The backgrounds of all these displays is actually hand hammered and rather beautiful. And here's a look onto the austerely decorated south-winding movement, which builds on the base of a Lemania caliber. This is the GPVH by Vienne Alter in collaboration with the German luxury brand Goldpfeil, a case shaped like an old school camera, a jump hour piece with a precise moon phase indicator. Lot 48 is currently being bid at 11,504 US dollars. Going a little back at lot 36, I wanted to take a look at this Cartier Santos 100. This was, of course, the large Santos released, to commemorate the centenary of the model, which was first natively designed wristwatch for men that Louis Cartier conceived for his friend Alberto Santos Dumont, the Brazilian aviation pioneer and close friend again of Louis Cartier. He needed a watch that he could wear on his wrist in the cockpit, and Louis Cartier obliged. The rest is history. This is a palladium version of the piece, which is a nicely brushed case that has a nice contrast with the polished bezel, set in place with rivets that harken back to those plates of vintage planes, just like Santos Dumont's Demoiselle. This is a special edition of Santos 100, fashioned out of palladium and with a skeletonized dial, where Cartier's stylized Roman numerals take the place of the bridges. Heat-blued sword hands. And on the back, once again, you can take another look at the open-worked movement, number 74. The case is individually numbered and is palladium, which is a metal that is in the same family as platinum, replicating many of its properties. This is lot 36 for a Santos 100 in palladium with an open work dial. The starting bid for this piece would be around 15,300 in US dollars. If you have any requests, once again, feel free to send in the lot number. I will be more than happy to discuss them for you. At lot 51, we have the currently discontinued 116509. This was one of the two precious metal pieces released right alongside with the introduction of the ceramic bezel for Rolex's Daytona line in 2016, I believe, in Basel. And this was one of the two pieces that actually John Mayer highlighted in the now infamous second part of his Talking Watches with Hodinkee. 116508 famously became the John Mayer in 18 karat yellow gold on a matching oyster bracelet and with a sunburst green dial, red accents in the chronograph registers. This was the white gold counterpart with a sunburst blue dial. I actually like this one much better. And until it was discontinued, it was still trading right under its retail price. I think this is still the case, even though I haven't checked the price in the last couple of weeks, but it should be around there. This is lot 51 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116509, white gold on the white gold oyster bracelet with a sunburst blue dial from the most recent generation that was discontinued with the Watches and Wonders 2023. The starting bid for this piece at the Sotheby's Hong Kong Fine Watches auction would be around $38,346 in US dollars. There is a little less than a week to go until the bidding closes. Yes, JB, I love it. I absolutely love it. There we go. We have one of our favorites, the Zenith Daytona. This is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520. Near the end of the production, so around 1999. It is naked. You are only getting the watch on its bracelets, and I have to say, in a relatively well-preserved condition as well. The sticker intact on the case back. Worn, but not abused. Probably polished previously, but not overly enthusiastically. This year was, of course, the 60th anniversary of the Daytona as a model, which Rolex celebrated by resetting, rebooting the entire line. And since it was the 35th anniversary of the Daytona with an automatic movement, with a self-winding caliber, they also pretty nicely replicated the visual layout of this dial as well in their new 126500. I like this one even better because it has that perfect balance with the continuous running seconds and 30-minute totalizer registers perfectly aligned with the crown. There's also a 12-hour totalizer at 6 o'clock, matching stainless steel bezel for the on which the tachymeter is engraved. And the movements famously between the years 1988, which introduced automatic movements to the Rolex Daytona, and year 2000, the movements were built on the base of Zenit El Primero 400. Of course, Rolex modified them quite heavily. As you can see, the date indicator is absent, the beat is reduced, um, the movement is otherwise extensively modified as well. This piece at lot 53 is currently being bid at right around 20,451 in US dollars. We're entering the last hour of the broadcast, so feel free to ask any questions and send in any requests. At lot 61, you're looking at a version of the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Dual Time from the previous generation. This is one second, guys. Okay, we're continuing with our coverage of the currently ongoing online auction by Sotheby's Hong Kong, fine watches. You're looking at Vacheron Constantin Overseas Dual Time from the previous generation at lot 61. This is the one they call Deep Stream, so it actually has a titanium bezel, if I'm not mistaken. Also, titanium for this pusher. A power reserve indicator, a day and night indicator, secondary time zone, pointer dates. Furthermore, you have a two-tone silver dial with a sunburst finish for the center. Of course, like the rest of the Overseas series, it is an automatic watch with anti-magnetic properties. Solid case back, water resistance up to 150 minutes meters. I'm so sorry. I'm just tired, guys. Sorry about that. Uh, Lot 61 was offered at no reserve, but it is currently being bid at around 10,226 in US dollars. The piece comes with its Vacheron Constantin identity card, additional black rubber strap, USB instruction manual, and presentation box. Some very interesting jewelry pieces, which I am unfortunately skipping right over. Feel free to direct my attention to any one of them if you want me to take a closer look. Lot 803 is a white gold Cartier Tank Américain from mid-90s. Beautiful piece with a kind of cream dial, elongated, slightly elongated and stylized Roman numerals with the silent signature at 7 o'clock. Watchmakers 4 and a beautiful guilloche decoration in this kind of wave-like design. Heat blued stainless steel sword-styled hands for the hour and seconds, and a railroad track that frames the center of the dial. A multifaceted sapphire sits on the octagonal crown. You have the curved and abbreviated version of the tank in white gold. The dimensions are 26.5 by 45. Lot 803 has a starting bid of 8,947 in US dollars. (804) is a tank basculante in stainless steel. This piece is Cartier's answer to Jaeger-LeCoultre's Reverso. It has a nice exhibition case back on the flip side, which allows you to peek onto the hand-wound caliber 060 MC. Exquisitely and excessively decorated on the bridge plates by the double wishbone logo. of the Parisian house. Cartier's 060 MC is based on a Frédéric Piguet movement, or Frédéric Piguet ébauche more properly. The sapphire cabochon is actually transferred right here in this case. And you have the traditional silver dial, again with heat blued stainless steel sword styled hands, slightly elongated stylized Roman numerals, secret signature at 7, watchmakers 4, and the railroad track that frames the center of the dial. This is the stainless steel tank basculante, reference 2390, stainless steel with a display case back on the flip side. Lot 804 has a starting bid of 10,226. Lot 805 is Cartier Tank Louis in pink gold with a kind of mosaic two-tone gray dial, which I really love. This is a piece, relatively recent piece, I think from last year. 33.5 by 25, so not a large watch by any stretch of imagination. The piece has a very slim hand-wound movement, 1917, which happens to be named after Cartier's year of foundation. The beaded crown is topped off with a sapphire cabochon, and the hour markers are Roman numerals at the quarters. This is lot 805, for which the starting bid would be 6,391 in US dollars. Lot 810 is one of my absolute favorites of watchmaking, especially when it comes to serially produced watches. This is IWC Da Vinci reference 3751. This piece builds on what Kurt Klaus achieved in introducing IWC Da Vinci Perpetual Calendar. That was the ingenious module that Kurt Klaus built on the base of the Valjoux 7750. In 1986, that allowed IWC to become only the second watchmaker to make a perpetual calendar chronograph in series, in serial production. And 10 years after that, since Kurt Klaus's protege, Richard Habring, built a similar module to build, to conceive, to produce out of the base of Vajra 7750 a split-second chronograph. In 1995, IWC introduced reference 3751, which became their perpetual calendar split-second chronograph, combining the two modules and celebrating the 10th anniversary of their Da Vinci perpetual calendar with the addition of the 10th hand. As you can see, the piece has the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock, which is encircled by the day of the week for indication. The 12-hour counter is at 6 o'clock, which is surrounded by the indication for the month. There's a pointer date in 2 concentric circles at 3 o'clock, with the inner circle indicating the even numbers and the outer circle the odd numbers. And at 12 o'clock, you have the aperture for the moon phase indicator, as well as the 30-minute totalizer. And of course, you have the 2 chronograph seconds hands centrally deployed in blue and fire red. Beautiful round case design with the stepped bezel and hooded lugs. The pusher for the split seconds is positioned like a bullhorn style at 10 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, you have the start stop, and at 4 o'clock, the reset pusher for the chronograph. Yes, Kurt Klaus is still alive, and he follows me on Instagram. One of my favorite things that has ever happened. This is lot 810, IWC Da Vinci reference 3751, a perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph by IWC in yellow gold from 1997. This particular example is from 1997, and it comes with the IWC International Guarantee, product literature, and an instruction manual. I forgot to mention, this one, of course, has also the 4-digit display of the year, right between 7 and 8 o'clock. And as a gimmick, and really an ingenious marketing ploy, I have to say, the digits for the next century were supplied in a vial as part of the original box set for this watch, which is like an interestingly styled, very serious briefcase like presentation box. So if you want to get one of these watches, whether you are looking for the 3750 perpetual calendar chronograph or 3751 perpetual calendar split second chronograph, always try to find one that has that full set, because then it's only then when it becomes really meaningful. Whatever, at least that's what I think. Lot 810, again, would start bidding at $10,226. 6 in US dollars. At 817, we have a stainless steel alarm clock that is styled like an FB Jaune watch down to a patterned dial and blued hands. It is a desk clock and an alarm clock. It has that knurled crown as well. The piece is made in stainless steel and has 126 millimeters of diameter, and it's powered by a quartz movement. You can see it here from the back. With the hinge that allows you to stand it on a desk, as you can see here. The piece started at no reserve, but the alarm clock Souverain is currently being bid at 1,534 in US dollars. I love how everything is called Souverain in F. Bejon's catalog. It's beautiful. Um, Great expression of his vanity, and I just love it. You know, there are not many watchmakers that deserve that sort of self-aggrandizement, and I guess Philippe Dufort, Kari Voutilainen, and François Grosjean are right up there. There's a number of Chrono Tokyo watches. We talked about the chronograph, thanks to JB's highlighting, and it is a watch that St. Peter, one of our audience members, has in his collection. You have the calendar watch with a moss green dial that was a limited edition for last year. This is a complete calendar with, as you can see, the date at 6 o'clock, pardon me, month at 3 o'clock, and the day of the week at 9. The date is a window, and the day of the week and the month are actually sunken subdials at 9 and 3 o'clock respectively, stylized Arabic numerals for the hour markers, a railroad track for the minutes and seconds, a knurled bezel, which accentuates the classic design cues of the case. Once again, this is a piece designed by Hajime Asaoka, the famous Japanese independent watchmaker and one of the important members of the Academy of Independent Watchmakers. 38 millimeters in diameter. This is a stainless steel piece. The piece started the auction at no reserve and is currently being bid at 1,278 in US dollars at lots 819. Hey Basil, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. And Thomas Broadbent says, then there are those wonderful gentlemen like Laurent Ferrier. I agree. I enjoy that as well. I mean, that's an extremely pleasant and kind man, or at least that's how he strikes me from everything that I see when I see him being interviewed for one of those mainstream um, journalistic outlets. Ah, Basil's came right on time because at lot 80, lot 820, we are looking at the 2022 anniversary chrono piece, which is the Grand Mori stainless steel with a special Japanese urushi lacquered dial. This is a particular kind of green, a very conservatively sized 37 millimeter stainless steel case on a black leather strap with a matching stainless steel buckle. Just like the last piece, just like the calendar piece, this comes as a full set with the guarantee card, omamori, and presentation box. And having started at no reserve, this Chrono Tokyo Grand Mori 2022 anniversary is currently being bid at 1,150 in US dollars. Guys, we're in the last stretch, about 20-25 minutes. So if I have another 20-25 minutes, so if you have any questions, if you want me to highlight any particular lots in this auction that I'm covering now, Sotheby's Hong Kong ongoing online auction entitled Fine Watches, which started yesterday and has about a little less than a week to go at this point. We're looking at another two time-only watches by Chrono. This is the Seiji with what can only be described as a Tiffany blue tinted sector dial. A very nice piece paired with a white leather strap and a matching stainless steel buckle for this 37 millimeter case. This is a lacquered dial, so in fact, very similar to the styling that Rolex uses for its turquoise dials in the Oyster Perpetual series. I really love the styling of this dial, by the way, with that sector for the hours and a railroad track for the minutes and seconds. I love the case design. It's very classic, very unobtrusive, very elegant from every angle. The case back is signed, made in Japan. This piece also started its life at no reserve as lot 821. Again, a full set, the guarantee card, sake cup, omamori, and presentation box. The piece is currently being bid at 1,278 in US dollars. Omamori is basically an amulet. So it's like, I guess a less fancy way of putting it would be a tag. But um, Hajime Asaoka is very particular. So I'm happy to abide by his terminology. This is lot 822. We're looking at the 2021 anniversary of the same three-hander time-only watch that we were looking at just now at the previous lots. This is called Toki and has a nice salmon-tinted dial. Once again, a 37 millimeter stainless steel case presented on a black leather strap with matching stainless steel buckle, self-winding movement, and full set with its guarantee card, omamori, and presentation box. This is the Chrono 2021 anniversary Toki stainless steel dress watch with a salmon sector dial from a couple of years ago. Lots number 822 started with no reserve and is currently being bid at 767 in US dollars. This is one of these auctions where we get some watch related pieces as well. Back to back, we have three sets of porcelain trays made in the Limoges style, sent on a yearly basis by Patek Philippe to some of their choice customers. These pieces each depict a watch that is held in the museum collection of Patek Philippe. And not only is that commemorated at the bottom of these porcelain trays, but in fact, the very decorations that are used on these trays are actually borrowed from the decorations of such timepieces that are held in Patek's own museum collection in Geneva. So The set of trays, set of 3 trays at lot 827 is currently being bid at 383. The set of next 3 trays at lot 828 is being bid at 383 in US dollars as well. Porcelain trays, enamel painted, replicating decorations from historic pieces held in Patek's own collections. And the last set of 3 at lot 829 is currently being bid at 447 in US dollars. At 832, we have, in fact, a set of Patek Philippe silk scarves, 6 of them, in fact, half a dozen. This is lot 832, which is currently being bid at 383 in US dollars. Could be an interesting gift to a female watch collector or a more flamboyant male as well. A33 is basically a set of leather collectible pieces of Patek Philippe accessories matched with an enamel painted porcelain tray as well. You have a watch roll, wallet, like a passport holder, and more like a document holder. This is actually a pretty cool set at lot 833. 4 different leather accessories from Patek Philippe made into a 5-piece set with the inclusion of the porcelain enamel painted tray. This is lot 833, currently being bid at 703 in US dollars. $834 is again an interesting assortment of accessories, 2 ties, 1 leather wallet, 1 umbrella, and a nicely folded Patek Philippe blanket in its plastic container. This is lot 834, which is currently being bid at 320 in US dollars. And a set of three travel cases, three watch rolls for single watches at lot 835, which is currently being bid at 256 in US dollars. Before I move on to that Daytona Big Red, I also want to draw your attention to this three-piece set um, in the Golden Ellipse theme at lot 837, matching cufflinks in yellow gold and a keychain which are modeled after that famous Patek design that is proportioned after the golden ratio. I believe the details, at least on the cufflinks, are enamel inlays in yellow gold. This is lot 837, for which the starting bid is 3,835 in US dollars. This is last gasp, by the way. We have about 10 minutes, maybe 15 at most. If you would like to make any special requests, this is probably your last chance, so feel free. I want to thank everyone for their presence and support, and especially Jake Brooks for his generous super chats. We're looking at the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction based in Hong Kong, but conducted online. The auction started a day ago and it's going to end in less than a week. And as you can see, it has all sorts of watches, including some watch-related accessories. But we are coming back to watches now. Looking at lots 845, which is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6265 from late 70s. Stainless steel with a matching stainless steel bezel, screw-down chronographs, black dial with silvered white chronograph registers, and the red writing for Daytona in a slightly oversized font, which gives the watch its nickname, Big Red. On an oyster bracelet. This is lot 845, which has so far not attracted any bids, but the starting bid for this Daytona Big Red would be 53,684 in US dollars. Hey, Mitch, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
How are you doing?
A little tired, I guess. I mean, I just got back home, so yeah,
You had an interesting encounter, I believe.
yeah. I dropped off Mrs. Meach already, so yeah, it's hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay, so that's really what's going to be. You are getting married. Is that what's going on?
Hey, 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 what do I do? What do I do, Lord? What do I do? I mean,
Don't.
it is a nice financial tax break, I guess.
You're an idiot, Mitch. If you think that a marriage would financially benefit you as a man in the short or the long run, um, don't please. Don't get me started. But yeah, I mean, give it a shot. We'll talk in the a few years down the road.
Oh no, 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 no! You misread, you misunderstand the scenario. See, I would be the dependent in her case, you know, since she rakes in about 4,800 a week.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna ask her profession in front of everyone else, but I can
About to
pretend.
bag me a sugar mama.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
Oh man.
Good for you. Hey, man. Some have it all. Maybe you can become her manager as well.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be very interesting. The whole scenario is very interesting, I guess. But anyways, in a nutshell, no, no. I mean, if we're being serious, I gotta be totally, totally frank and honest with you.
Can
100% honest with you.
you be frank and honest with me, Mitch?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if I really like where this is going, man. Yeah, man. It's not exactly cool, man. We went from rendezvous to now talking about remodeling an apartment over Chinese food here. So I don't know, man. This is middle age. It's not how I exactly imagine middle age.
Well, yeah, be careful, man. What can I say? Be careful.
Oh my god. I'm like a day behind everybody. Holy shit. Sorry. I just realized I got a message here. So I'm like a day behind everyone. I thought today was um, Wednesday for some reason. I just realized I
It's
have an
actually
appointment.
already Friday, Mitch.
Yeah.
Early in the
I
morning.
just I just got a text message from an individual saying like, "Hey, I'll be there at 6:30 in the morning." Oh my god. So yeah, that's fun.
You need to go to sleep. So
Well, I mean, it's kind of pointless at this point. I'll just boot and rally. Just have to double down on the energy drinks right away in the morning.
well, we are closing soon. At any rate, it's great of you to drop by. Do you have did you have any burning questions or issues that you want to discuss before we close?
Um, should the punters be looking at shooter? Shooter. That's right, guys. Shooter. Um, or I mean, everyone knows shooter is cheap and nasty. It's meant for poor people. But should newcomers who are just entering the hobby consider Tudor as their first watch?
Um, it depends. I mean, look, the thing is, a lot of people have entered the hobby in the last few years. You know that most people you encounter online, even if they pretend otherwise, have started collecting 2, 3, at most 5 years ago. Um, but unlike you know, unlike us geeks, from the 19th century, as you put it, um, a lot of these people had entry at the highest level possible, so they didn't have to wait, through their Timex years or Swatch years or um, you know, tag years or Nido years or whatever else here. So they just jumped right in. And that's just as fine, of course. There's nothing wrong with that. But if we are talking about the usual trajectory of someone who starts quite young, like our friend Jack, for example, who just ordered his first Seiko Prospects diver, and wants to go somewhere else, after having enjoyed that SPB 143, I think Tudor can be a great way of bridging that gap between high luxury pieces, already in 5 digits and above, and true entry level pieces, whether we are talking about contemporary micro brands or Seiko prospects. Um, I think Tudor is also great for people who can truly avoid being bitten by the collector's bug. For people who can be one watch people, I think Tudor has great pieces for that. I mean, Black Bay 58 can be a great one watch. Black Bay 54 can be a great one unisex watch. Um, it can replace your Santos in that way. If you wanna do the old switcheroo with Mrs. Meach when you start, when you move in together, when you want to have that one watch between you and her, that's the Black Bay
Well,
54
I
for.
mean, I gotta be frank and honest. I would never put something so cheap and nasty on Mrs. Meach. It wouldn't sit proper. It needs to be Wowlex.
Okay, that's good. But yes, so I think Tudor actually works in an interesting way. I mean, obviously, it has had that tradition of appealing to the younger collector who aspires to Rolex. But I think in the last decade, that has changed tremendously. People build entire collections out of Tudor. There are a lot of people who make their entrance into the hobby through Tudor. There are a lot of people who have that one watch by Tudor, whether it's the 58 or Black Bay Chrono, or Black Bay Pro more recently. Um, yeah, but my vote is yes. Uh, you have your doubts that Tudor could be a good entry point for collectors.
I think. How do I word this? I think if you need to have name brand, Tudor might be the only option under 4 grand. I mean, we've had the discussion. Yeah, Longines is on the return, but it's still not a respectable brand. Tag Heuer, forget about it. Oris, don't even bother. Um, yeah, there's really nobody else under 4 grand that's respectable. Breitling, but who really wants to rent a Breitling?
Breitling is not under 4 grand anymore, to be honest. Like most watches in their catalog have totally creeped up above 4K, and that's been very intentional. Um, Longines, I actually think they're great. They're great value between 3 to 500, 5,000. So same price point with Tudor, more or less, maybe a notch cheaper for the most part, but good quality and a very different styling, perhaps more, um, in large part, although not always, maybe slightly more on the conservative side, I want to say, where and quote unquote dressier side compared to a through and through tool watch aesthetic. I know they each have other watches. Like Tudor has a lot of dress watches that I don't know who buys those, to be honest. I feel like most people don't branch out of their tool watch catalog. And in the same way, of course, from the skin diver to the ultra chron to the Avigation Big Eye, Longines has also a lot of sports watches and tool oriented pieces. But um, that the image they inspire is something more classic, more restrained. Usually, I think Longines and Tudor are great alternatives at that price point. Tag Heuer, I'm not too huge on them. I think they're still figuring out what they are doing, looking forward beyond making reissues of classic Hoya pieces. We'll see how that project unfolds. Yeah, and I've never been too big of a fan for Oris, especially at the current price point. I think a few years ago, before the pandemic, I think they were good value, but nowadays, um, I don't know.
What
Or
what does an Oris Aquas go for nowadays, brand new? Do you know off the top of your head?
are we talking about the one with the in-house movement with the 400 or
Sure.
the
Either that or just split the difference here, I guess. We don't if I remember right, Oris doesn't really make a 40 mils. So I think they make a 39, a 43, and a 44.
yeah, yeah, I mean, 3.5 in stainless steel, I think, maybe a little more. That's the
So
in-house.
3,500. So yeah, like you said, around COVID, these these shitters were being slung around for, if I remember correctly, I don't know what calibers they were, but I remember the average Oris cost about $1,200. 1,200 to 1,400 bucks on the heavy side if they were quote unquote limited editions. Um, and that is for the Aquas. So to hear that they've gone up to 3 grand, even if you were to get them pre-owned, they're still going to be sitting at 2,500 bucks, which is still 2,500, 2 grand. That's still way too
Look,
much money.
the reason at that price point, the price is radically different between the in-house caliber and the Aquas dates. So that's why I made that distinction. So you got to know which one you're talking about because one is like 2.3, the other one is like 3.7. So like one has a 50% markup basically. Um, so it's hard to imagine if you don't know which one you're talking about. But yes, general trend has been that you know for the tag price, it has creeped up quite a bit, and a lot of the in-house pieces are trending basically in terms of their price tags right up there with Tudor. And for me, it's a no-brainer. I would always go for Tudor, but that's just me. I'm a Rolex fanboy anyway, so
Well, I think the Tudor has a little bit more. Like I said, long jeans isn't exactly a panty dropper. Tudor at least has some. I don't know. It has a little game, I guess. Sure, you have to explain that game, but it has a little credibility. And typically, Tudors tend to flip a little bit easier and nicer than a long jeans. I feel like long jeans is a very, very specific target if you're gonna dump out of those. Or it has to be like you have to buy one of their watches when it first releases and then flip out of it in less than 2 weeks. Otherwise, you're gonna lose your ass. I feel like Tudor is definitely it's a lot more forgiving on that end.
yeah, and that should already tell you an answer to your initial question, right? Because uh, quote unquote value retention depends a lot on an established base of collectors and a general sense of excitement and demand that outlasts a single release cycle. So, um, yeah, it turns out that, according to what you're saying now, that there is a mature enough collectors community around Tudor already. Otherwise, their
Right.
watches wouldn't retain any much of any value, because people would always want only the newest and shiniest thing, and not necessarily the greatest hits that have started sticking around now with this decade of renewal and revival.
Yeah, the only downside of a tutor is you trade off your dignity. That really is that's kind of the catch right there. It's unfortunate.
Okay. Well, we have moved past midnight. If you have any quick last minute questions or demands before I sign out, feel free to send them in with a quick super chat. But otherwise, thank you so much for your presence and support. Thank you for your comments, questions, interventions, interjections from the chats. Thank you, JB, especially for your super chats. If you want to support the channel, you know how. The links are included in the video description. They are now also pinned in the chats, and they are in the crawling ticker as well. Memberships are available for the channel with exclusive content and special emojis, which includes Surti Danny's head as well, more recently. So check them out. If you're a member, feel free to try them. The exclusive contents are digests from the market, which I usually curate around a specific brand, model, complication, historical era. So in addition to directing your attention to value propositions that you can take advantage of, they're also quite educational and informative, because I make focused recordings on them. They used to be previously only available to my Patreon subscribers, and you should certainly check that out. If you prefer to sign up on YouTube, that is the higher membership level, but the entry level membership will give you gradual access into the archives, where I have very focused and condensed videos going through these selections. So go ahead and check it out. Ali had gifted about 15 memberships. I think they're already gone, already all spoken for, but you should always feel free to try out allowing gifts on the channel. Maybe you will still qualify for one or two of them that may be still floating around. But I think $4.99 is quite reasonable as a monthly amount for that sort of exclusive content. Um, and of course, you will decide if you want to go further ahead from month to month. But all of that being said, um, it is also a great way of supporting the channel, because, as you know, this channel is completely independent, fully autonomous, which means I serve you and only you, but I'm also beholden to you, and any contribution you make to the channel returns directly to you in terms of quality and quantity of content on the channel. So consider contributing in some shape or form. We're signing off today. I thank Meech for joining me on the panel for this last stretch. And thank you for following along my coverage of Sotheby's Fine Watches auction from Hong Kong, conducted online. I'll be back with my coverage tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches, and enjoy them. We'll see you in the next one.